Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, how are you, Mr. Jabba?
Yes, sir. I'm better than good.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you very much, sir.
So, is everything okay?
Loud and clear. Your background is beautiful.
But looks like your own audio is a bit on the low side. I'm barely hearing you.
Yeah, it's my gentleman voice, not my politician voice. Let me increase it, brother. Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
No, it's still the same. It's still, I'm not sure there's any increase, but it's fine. But I can hear you, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're loud and clear too.
it's okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this review by the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. My name is John Mefa. I'm happy to be here. Miss great minds, brilliant minds, discussing the economy of Nigeria, which is the country that most of us have, the only one that we have. I'm the moderator for this review, the annual review of the Nigerian economy, and of course, the most important part will be recommendations for 2025, and it's the perspective of stakeholders in the capital market, and of course, that spreads to almost everyone. So, good afternoon once again, and you're welcome to this program. I guess we just dive right into it. You know that we're very big people. We do not have a whole lot of time. So we'll just go straight to the first program for now. And that's the opening remarks. The opening remarks will be taken by the Chairman, Research and Technology Division Committee, Dr. Ayodeji Ebo. Before I do that, let me recognize everybody's obviously important. That's why we're invited here. It would be nice to hear a voice or two, just so I know I'm not talking to myself. So, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just wanted to be sure that I'm in
Good afternoon.
and at the right place too.
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Mule, good to see you
Good
again.
afternoon.
Good to see you again. Good. Happy to be here. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. All right, so I'll just recognize some individuals who will take their mark, in the institute and outside the institute, and then we'll go to that opening remarks by Dr. Ebo. So I'd like to recognize the president obviously the chief host of this event, the president and chairman of council, Mr. Oluwoko Dada. Are you here, sir? We'd like to hear your voice.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Good morning, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
All right, and then we have the first vice chairman of the institute, Mrs. Fiona Ahime Sahime. Can we hear your voice, please?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to have you here from us. And then the second vice president, Dr. Akin Uyewale. Dr. Uyewale, can we hear your voice, please? Okay, I guess we're missing him for now. Hopefully he'll join us, as we go along. And then the outgoing registrar, Dr. Josiah Akorewusi, also, Dr. Akorewusi, can we hear your voice, please? Okay, he's also not here now. Well, the person taking over from him, the incoming registrar, Mr. Ayo Adeolipekun. Mr. Adeolipekun, are you here?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. Good to have you here. And then we have the chairman, CSI Academy Board, Dr. Adedeji Ajadi. Dr. Ajadi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Happy to be
afternoon.
here. Good afternoon.
Yeah. And then we have Mr. Chukudi Nga, the CSI Academy. Mr. Nga, are you here? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I guess that's him. All right, great. So let's get right to business. The business of the day begins with the opening remarks by the Chairman, Research and Technology Division Committee, Dr. Ayodeji Ebo. Dr. Ebo.
Yeah, good morning, Nini. Thanks for the introduction, and good morning, everyone. And I'll be giving the opening remarks. My president, vice presidents, outgoing and incoming registrars, council members, and my fellow city gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of honor that I welcome you all to the 2025 Nigerian Economic Review, organized by the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. This event represents a vital forum where thought leaders, experts, and stakeholders come together to critically examine the state of Nigeria's economy, anticipate economic trends, and chart a strategic course for a prosperous future. The theme for today, Shaping Nigeria's Economic Future, Key Trends, Impact, and Strategic Solution for 2025, could not be more timely. As we navigate a rapidly evolving economy, it is imperative that we adopt innovative strategies to tackle challenges, leverage opportunities, and foster sustainable economic growth. This gathering provides us with an opportunity to hear from exceptional professionals who will share valuable insights on key issues, including Nigerian economic outlook, the dynamics of investors' confidence, and strategic interventions to strengthen the capital markets and the broader economy. As the chairman of the Research and Technology Division Committee, I'm particularly proud of the Institute's commitment to fostering informed decisions and knowledge dissemination. The outcome from today's deliberation will not only shape policy and investment decisions, but will also contribute to the collective goal of economic transformation. I encourage you all to engage actively during the session and ask thought-provoking questions. Together, we can play a pivotal role in shaping Nigeria's economic future. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you a productive and insightful session. Thank you and God bless.
God bless you too, Dr. Ebo. Thank you so much for that opening remarks and the invitation for us to participate actively so we can make the most of this platform. So let's head to our first speech. It's the 2024 activities scorecard, because before we move forward, we need to see what we have done in the year preceding, and that's 2024. So we'll have the CIS 2024 activities scorecard and the outlook for 2025, and that's going to be done by the CSI president, Mr. Dada. Mr. Dada, over to you, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President Fiona Ime, FCS, outgoing registrars, incoming registrars, the chairman of CIS Academy Board, Dr. Adedeji Ajadi, FCS, member chairman of RMT, Dr. Ayodeji Ebo, distinguished speakers, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying Happy New Year to everyone. And I want to wish you a bullish 2025. Thank you, everyone. Here is the 2024 performance scorecard and vision for 2025. Second slide. Next slide. Let me start by introducing the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers to you all. The Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers was established by Act 105 of 1992 and given the mandates to determine the standard of knowledge required to practice as a core professional in the securities and investment industry in Nigeria, and to provide the required training and certification to those candidates that are deemed qualified to practice. As a consequence of this legal position, no person is permitted to perform core professional functions in Nigeria capital market without obtaining appropriate certifications from the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. Next slide. Next slide.
Apologies, Dr. Dada, please just a minute. Please, I'd like to please ask if you're not the speaker at the moment, do mute because you have some surrounding sounds filtering into the meeting. So please kindly mute when you want to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Introductions. Nigeria faced one of the toughest times economically in 2024, which was marked by severe economic headwinds, rising inflation, and currency depreciations. Despite the harsh economic realities, Nigerian stockbrokers and the capital market outperformed the national and global economies, closing the year with significant positive numbers. The Charter Institute of Stockbrokers engaged in a lot of advocacy and operational milestones, and the Institute recorded a monumental success in 2024 because of the resilient and unwavering support of the Governing Council, principal officers, staff members, and all our strategic partners that defy the harsh microeconomic conditions to donate funds toward the sustenance of the only federal government charter professional body in the Nigerian capital market. Education. All examinations conducted in the year 2024 were successful and incident-free. The Institute during the year to produce the following graduates from its examination programs. Main professional exam 235 and diploma in securities and investment 10. It is particularly noteworthy that diploma in security and investment program has continued to attract lots of youths and non-final professionals across the country. It is a stepping stone towards the main professional examinations. There are further collaboration agreements to run degree postgraduate linkages programs with other tertiary institutions in Nigeria. The essence of this collaboration is for the institutions to run BSc, MBA, MSc degree, as well as PhD programs in securities and investment studies as regular courses in their various universities. Full remote online examinations for all levels of professional exams, as well as professional diploma students, including those in diasporas, has been successfully deployed. That means that the Institute exams has been internationalized, whereby all candidates can now sit and write the exams in any part of the world at the comfort of their board. The CIS Academy. The activities of CIS Academy has continued to receive wide acceptance within the capital market space, as evident by number of trainings organized as well as participations. The academy conducted some of training with the collaboration of other highly sought after learning organizations. The academy strengthened relationship with Charter Institute for Securities and Investment, CC United Kingdom, and 2024. In 2024, 13 stockbrokers applied through CIS Academy and became members of the Charter Institute for Security and Investment, CC United Kingdom, without writing any exam, bringing the total number of CIS members who hold CC UK membership to 324. Next slide. CIS Academy. The Academy commenced 6 certificate courses tailored toward the specific needs of the capital market operators, industry experts, business executives. The certificate courses are: number 1, digital risks and cyber security; 2, enterprise risk management; sustainability risk management; certificate in corporate governance and ethics; certificate in capital market operations and share registrations; and lastly, portfolio management and analysis. Also in the year under review, the Academy organized 13 impressive training programs for 937 participants, and these include training on Islamic finance, green finance, and derivatives. Memorandum of Understanding. During the year under review, the Institute successfully signed an MOU with University of Maiduguri Business School for collaboration and strategic partnership. The Institute is also close to signing MOU with 4 thriving institutions, namely Maiva Open University, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Nasarawa State University, and one training institute, Disaster Recovery Technology Limited. Membership. At CIS, we treat membership matter with utmost priority, and as a testimony to the growing public confidence and followership of the Institute, CIS in 2024 invested new fellows, 80 new fellows, and inducted 210 new associates. The list of the newly invested fellows include prominent high-profile personality within the capital market ecosystem, namely Dr. Emomotimi Agama, Director General Security and Exchange Commission, Senator Felix Bajoma, an octogenarian and former ICANN president, and Professor Uche Uwaleke, the first professor of capital markets study in Nigeria and director of business school, Nasarawa State University. Non-financial members were encouraged through the various discount windows as mitigants to being delisted. As an additional benefit to financial members, our group life assurance scheme came to the circle of families of deceased members during the year. We implore all non-financial members to regularize their financial status in order to enjoy all the benefits that the Institute offers. Turnaround time with the secretariat improved during the year. Relationship management of members was enhanced through the existing account officers model, life membership. It was a testimony to the growing profile of the Institute that the number of new life membership doubled its SPR figure as 37 members subscribed for life membership in 2024. Change in leadership of the Institute. There was a change in the leadership of the Institute during the just concluded year, ushering in the 13th president and chairman of council, first vice president and second vice president. The investiture of the 13th president and chairman of council, Mr. Oluropo S. Dada, FCS, took place at the Sun Center in Lagos. The first and second vice president were also sworn in at this impressive ceremony. The event attracted the participation of several eminent personalities, such as His Excellency, Executive Governor of Ekiti State, Mr. Abiodun Oyebanji, the Chairman of Nigeria Exchange Group PSC, Dr. Umaru Kwaranga, FCS. Also, the Institute appointed a new registrar CEO, Mr. Ayoade Onepekun, FCS, after the successful completion of Dr. Josiah Akerewusi tenure, FCS, Dr. Josiah Akerewusi, FCS tenure. We wish the new registrar a successful tenure and wish the outgoing registrar CEO well in his future endeavors. Advocacy. In 2024, the Institute continued its focus and aggressive advocacy efforts. This included the push towards securing the passage into law of the Charter Institute of Security and Investment of Nigeria, CCB, improved operational environment that will enable stockbrokers to earn greater income, working in partnership with the Association of Securities Dealing Houses of Nigeria, attracting greater government attention to the development and financiations of the capital markets in Nigeria. Furtherance to the Institute advocacy efforts, we contributed to the development of improved capital market framework. And this included working with NGS on the review of capital market flow, on the review of capital flows for listed companies, launching of the Institute e-library, contributing to the new Investment and Security Act (ISA) at the public hearing organized by Senate Committee on Capital Markets and Institutions, and contributing to the Nigeria Gold Reserve Establishment Bill. The Institute advocacy efforts is yielding positive results. This is evidenced with the support received from the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, on the Institute's proposal that the BP privatizing public enterprise activities should be undertaken through the capital market for a more transparent exercise. Courtesy visit. During the year 2024, as part of the Institute advocacy efforts, courtesy visits were made to eminent individual groups, organizations, and agencies. Namely, His Excellency the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Director General Security and Exchange Commissions, the Governor and Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Kadoso, Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Director General Deputy Debt Management Office, Management of Olabisi Onabanjo University, Management of Miva Lopun University, Management of Vanguard Media Limited, Investment and Securities Tribunal, and other capital market operators. 28th Annual Stockbroker Conference. The Institute held its 28th Annual Stockbroker Conference in Ibadan City, Oyo State, between 7th and 8th of October 2024, with the theme, Capital Market as a Catalyst for the $1 trillion economy. The event has several important dignitaries in attendance, including His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alhaji Kashim Shettima, GCON, represented by Dr. Tokwesh Fashuas, Special Advisor to the President on Economy Matters, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Capital Markets, Senator Sita, Chairman of the House of Representative Committee on Capital Market and Institution, Honorable Solomon Bob, the Director General of the Security and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, FCS, and International Capital Market Expert, Dr. Demi Aishu. In a novel initiative, the participants were taken on factory visits to 4 different companies in Ibadan, namely Nigerian Breweries PSC, IITA, FCM Cocoa PSC, Pastry Industry. The feedback from the factory was that it was enlightening, beneficial, and added significantly to the knowledge of the participants. A total of 275 inductees and investees were in attendance at the conference. The Institute also organized career fair for students, and it was well attended by 7 tertiary institutions in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, This is our vision for 2025. The Institute has developed a 6-year strategy document that will catapult the Institute to the preferred professional bodies in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, by 2029, we want to be the #1 certification institute in Nigeria. I am happy to inform you that the implementations of the strategic document has started. We work towards the final actualization of our dream of seeing the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investment of Nigeria come alive. By the grace of God, we achieve a giant leap of progress in 2025. We will continue to work hard getting the security and investment profession registered firmly in the hearts of the young Nigerian scholars as their career of choice, and CIS as the model for other professional bodies to follow. In 2025, we shall be working to increase the number of Nigerian universities offering postgraduate and bachelor degree courses in security and investment capital market studies. And in fundraising to our Catch Them Young campaign, shall make deliberate effort to penetrate the university campuses more rigorously and effectively. We continue to hold our quarterly webinar to sensitize members and their general public on relevant trends in the capital market worldwide. Also in 2025, we'll continue our advocacy drive. Various government agencies across the country to make them better aware of the image, skills, and qualities of chartered stockbrokers, making them understand why stockbrokers consulted and engaged in their key investment policy decision making. Shall pursue more rigorously activities to promote capital market literacy across the entire geopolitical zones of Nigeria. The CIS Academy will work even harder to bring affordable world-class training to our members in emerging areas like digital assets, derivatives, Islamic finance, etc. CIS National Workshop 2025. The Institute hosts its national workshop every 2 years. So the 5th CIS National Workshop will be held this year by April 2025. As usual, we'll take the event to the seat of the federal government in Abuja and deliberate on various policy options to accelerate the growth of the Nigerian economy and capital market. 29th Annual Stockbroker Conference. The Institute hosts its annual conference every year. This year conference promises to be memorable. Our financial support. Dear members, financial support. Dear member, in 2024, less than 40% of annual subscriptions due from members was paid. As you all know, the Institute has to establish source of grants. So I wish to make a clear call for more members to pay their annual dues and when due. I also call on philanthropy organizations to come forward and support the institutes financially. CIS offers very strong brand strengthening values for our sponsors, We have special rule of honor for financiers. Financiers, which is usually played conspicuously at the Institute's reception hall. Appreciation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to close this presentation with the most sincere message of appreciation. I would like to thank all our financial members, benefactors, notably Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zenith Bank PSC, Fidelity Bank PSC, and the Nigeria Exchange Group PSC, and all other that space will not allow me to mention. And in the interest of time, finally, I would like to thank members of the Governing Council, our past presidents, Board of Fellows, and staff members of the Institute and various working committees who have indeed made huge sacrifices and dedicated their time to this worthy cause. Thank you, everyone, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
God bless you too, sir. Thank you so much for taking us through the journey of the Institute, the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers at CIS. Apologies, I think I said CSI the other time, CIS. So thank you so much, sir, for that. Well, taking us through the achievements. And I think the most interesting part, apart from the expansion, is the collaboration with Institute to now provide programs, masters, and PhDs. I think that will really be an eye-catching one for a lot of people. I'd also like to while we are here participating via Zoom, there are others participating via YouTube. They are also part of it. And we know you're hearing us, we recognize you and appreciate your time with us. And we hope and believe that to be worth your while. Now, the next person to speak will be looking at shaping Nigeria's economic future. And we're looking at key trends, impact, and strategic actions for 2025. And that will be done by the Director, African Development Institute of African Development Bank Group, Dr. Eric Oguleye. And I know that Dr. Oguleye will not miss out talking about debt, because everybody is very passionate about making debt work for Africa. And now, I mean, debt servicing is a burden on Nigeria, but I'll leave that to him. Dr. Eric Oguleye, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ini, for the introductions. Yes, of course, we're passionate about debt because we know debt can actually propel growth. But despite that, there are also some challenges with debt that could make it problematic. So what we're interested in is in countries tackling those challenges that could lead to a clog in the wheels of using debt productively, efficiently, and successfully to drive transformation. So once again, let me thank the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers for inviting us at the African Development Bank, and especially myself, to participate in this very important meeting. Just for the sake of stability of my network, because of my location, I'll seek your indulgence to switch off my camera so that you can hear me very well. So, like I was saying, thank you so much. We appreciate the opportunity of being here. But just to put a caveat, that whatever I say here will be my personal views and should be taken to be my personal views. So I'm asked to talk about issues related to shaping Nigeria's future. What are the trends? What are the impacts? And also what are the strategic recommendations that we could prefer that can help the economy to grow? I'll run through my presentations very quickly, hoping that we can always have back and forth in the process of this conversation. It's an unending conversation. We'll always continue to talk about some critical issues that are very dear to our heart. So let me begin by just starting from the global level. As we do know, there are lots of developments that happened in 2024, some of which will continue on to 2025, that will have a lot of impact on Africa and also on Nigeria. One of them are the geopolitical developments. As we know, in 2024, we had a lot of geopolitical happenings that definitely will impact on Nigeria. Some of these will actually lead to issues relating to balance of power, issues of political ideologies, issues of diplomatic alliances, and even issues with respect to global play when it comes to regional influence. And as we know, in most cases, it's in Africa that most of these global giants are actually looking for where to flex their muscle with respect to gaining alliances across the countries. One of these that we know very well is the return of President Donald Trump to the White House. We all know that that will lead to a lot of changes in the global political landscape. We will see, based on his policy, a lot of changes in terms of global trade, issues related to capital and labor flows. We're already hearing a lot of policies on migration, energy and climate change policies. These are strategic areas of these developments that will have impact on Africa and Nigeria in particular. We're also aware of the new Labour government in the UK. We have power sharing in the French Parliament. There's resignation of the Prime Minister of Canada. These are real issues. And because of some of these developments, we may begin to see a rise in protectionism. We may also begin to see trade wars across some of these global powers as they try to, which definitely will have impact on imports, on exports, on even AGOA trade policy. May even come under some kind of strategic changes. So these, especially the President Trump's policy that is built around America first, will definitely lead to domestic energy consumption, domestic production. There will be tariffs on imports, and there will also be a lot of push for low interest rates. So these are all different global policies, global geopolitical movements that may lead to capital flows that may influence inflation and even issue of migration, which may in turn affect remittances. There's also issue about that we know, which is the escalation of conflict in the Middle East. We also know what is going on there and the impact this will have on crude oil prices, for example, consumption, and so on and so forth. So all of these will definitely have impact on the continent and on Nigeria. There's also the fact about what is going on to still the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. These again, as we have seen over the past years when it's been ongoing, it's been having a lot of impact on food prices. And we expect that with these ongoing conflict, this may continue to escalate prices of food, not just only in Africa, but in Nigeria, but also in Africa as a whole. Because of all of these, what we have seen happen is that the IMF, therefore, has actually revised their growth for sub-Saharan Africa, where it has been revised downward by 0.1% for 2024. And we're going to see at the end, when the information and data is out, how this is going to play out. So now, with respect to global economic development, what we see in this slide helps us to see some of the key issues that we're going to see. Strong growth is happening, is projected in the US and Asia. And so for that reason, the IMF has actually revised the growth in the US upwards. And so all of these we're expecting will have a lot of, a lot of influence and impact. Sorry. Yes, all of these will have a lot of impact on economic development. Now, another factor that we also see that will have a strong influence on Nigeria and Africa is inflationary trends. So we have also seen a situation where there appears to be some disinflation that seems to be progressing, where we see major central banks in the world trying to pursue policy rate cuts. In December, for example, December 2024, the European Central Bank, they cut interest rate for the fourth time in 2024 to 3.15%. And that followed also by the US Federal Reserve that also lowered its benchmark policy rate to 4.25% from 4.5%, which is the third consecutive rate cut in 2024. So what we then hope to see as energy prices stabilize is that there will be fall in core inflation, which is the main driver of lower inflation that we're beginning to see, especially for core goods inflation that fell from 8% in 2021-2022 to 0 more recently. But what we see that has really not abated so much is services inflation that has remained higher than before the pandemic. So we expect that this will go on. But then this will also moderate wage growth, which will combine with very strong productivity growth that will keep labor costs to be under control, especially in the US and in the Eurozone. And while we also have seen both the Federal Reserve Bank of the US and the European Central Bank easing rates, what we have seen is that this is indeed signaling caution about the speed of monetary policy adjustments. So we're hoping to see these continuing. Then we also see fiscal tightening that seems to be looming. This, of course, is what we see that is driving debt crisis in several advanced economies. For example, we have seen situations where we see the risk now, tilting towards more of growth, more on the downside. So if that is the case, therefore, the drivers of what we see as, core, drivers of price stability will be the disinflation that we are noticing in the advanced economies, the moderating in the wage growth that we're also seeing, the slowdown in disinflation momentum, the fiscal tightening that we're also seeing across countries. All of these will very most likely have impact on what inflation will look like in Nigeria. Now, using the United States to illustrate what we hope to see with respect to public finance, we see too that there's been a lot of uptick when it comes to public finance debt accumulation, even in advanced countries and not just only in developing countries. The US, for example, its budget deficit reached 7.6% of GDP in 2023. That's really high. And it's been estimated that this would be, persistently on the high side for the most part of 2024, and may not slow down in 2025 as well. So these therefore help us to see that very most likely the impact of these policy changes will definitely have influence on Africa and on Nigeria especially. We also, if you look at the biggest economy in the EU, which is Germany, we also see that there is a contraction from by about 0.3% in 2023, which is expected to further shrink back in 2024. What that means, therefore, is that we may begin to see some kind of risk to the stabilization of the public finance that we see in the Eurozone. So we also seen a move towards fiscal consolidation, which may very definitely weigh down on growth and may also reduce global demand for commodities and investment. So what that means is that the demand for goods emanating from African countries, Nigeria in particular, may also be severely impacted. And if that happens, then we expect, as we know, this will impact on GDP growth and also on welfare generally. We mentioned earlier too, I did mention about the issue of rising protectionism. We have seen that this is a lot of geopolitical fragmentation that is going on. Globalization, glocalization, actually, that's what some call it. Some call it friendshoring and so on. All of these are very most likely to threaten trade, especially trade with African countries, except for commodities that they may consider absolutely necessary. So these are some of the key challenges, some of the key things that we see that most likely from the public finance side that will have influence on key developments in Africa and also in Nigeria. Now, in terms of forecast, what is forecast for 2025 for global GDP is 3.2%. And then for 2026, it's expected to fall to 2.9%. So that means, therefore, that what we have seen or what we are witnessing globally is some kind of instability when it comes to growth. And the reason is because of the uncertainty in the global environment where we live. In fact, most countries are yet to still recover from the pandemic, the effects of the COVID pandemic. And so we've seen quite a number of them still having their growth below the pre-pandemic period. And so a lot of efforts will therefore need to be put in place for these economies to be able to, rejig their economies and have them come back to the level that they were. Now, there's also some positive development, even though it's a slower growth that we also see in China, in the United States of America, then some modest recoveries also in the European Union, in Japan, the United Kingdom, and so on and so forth. We also see too that in countries like India and Indonesia, there have also been some relative improvements when it comes to their growth performance. So the short-term outlook for many low-income countries, most of which are in Africa, and including vulnerable countries, fragile states, we call them, most of them, it remains very, very less favorable. So what that means, therefore, is that growth in these least developed countries will be slow. In fact, they are projected to slightly improve in 2025. But we want to really see what the figure will look like at the end of 2024, whether some of the projections that were made were reached or not. Now, having talked about the global stage and what we see as policies, as developments that may influence Africa and also the Nigerian economy, let's come a bit closer home now to Africa. And what we see in this slide is actually what has been the performance of the continent, especially focusing on what happened in 2024. Africa's average real GDP growth is estimated to be at 3.2% in 2024, which again is an improvement, significant improvement, I would say, of 0.2% over the 3% that was recorded in 2023. But there is a 0.5 percentage point downgrade from that projections based on what the African Development Bank provided, especially for 2024. So we wait to see what the complete, when the complete turn cut data is available, we'll see. But that projections is very most likely to be revolving within that range. Now, that downgrade of GDP growth, actually, which is a downward revision of growth, is actually for about 30 of the 54 African countries. But about 3 to 4 of these largest economies are affected, and that is why the entire African economy is affected. One of them is South Africa, which has its growth projection reduced by 0.4 percentage points. Egypt by 0.9 percentage points, and Nigeria by 0.1 percentage points. So with these big economies behaving this way, we therefore expect that there will be some there will be that we will very most likely see a reduction in the overall growth performance of Africa by the turn of the year, when the full data for the year is available. But the good news, however, is that despite these downgrades, we have seen very many African countries doing exceedingly well. One of them is Cabo Verde. Another one is Equatorial Guinea. We have Ghana that has been in debt but is recovering now. We have Togo also. And all of these countries, they actually increased their GDP projections by more than 1 percentage point over the 2024 African Economic Outlook projections. Now, if we're to now just summarize what we see in 2024 performance, what we notice is that Africa's average GDP growth will be 3.2% in 2024. It's an improvement indeed over 2023, which was 3%. Then we have also seen a number of countries doing well, who, even though they are not very big economies, we have seen the 3 big economies in Africa being affected with their GDP downgrades. But we have also seen some improvements in a few of other countries, though small, that will also lead to some improvements that we hope at least can maintain to some extent what we see in terms of growth performance in this continent. Now, one thing that people always talk about when it comes to Africa, people tend to focus more on the challenges that are there. Of course, we do agree. There are a lot of challenges that persist, issues of climate change, people talk about corruption, and so on and so forth. But the fact remains that we should also look at the opportunities that are bound on the continent that could form the basis for the economy to really leapfrog. The population is a major advantage, even though it could also be a time bomb. But if well utilized, the people, the young ones, especially the youth, are put to work, that population is a major advantage that the continent needs to focus on, because the market is there. And that is why initiatives like the AFCFTA really need to be further developed and finalized, and the implementation deepened to ensure that the continent is able to take good advantage of that. The natural resource wealth of the nation is also amazing. Even though currently most of these natural wealth are being exported in raw form, no beneficiation, no processing, but we know that that sector could transform the economy substantially. We have in Congo, for example, a lot of what is required for electric vehicles, but they are just imported, they're just exported, they're just mined and exported in raw form without much value addition that could create job and improve the wealth of the nations that own these resources. So it's really important, therefore, that rather than focusing on the challenges that persist, we should look at the opportunities that abound and endeavor to seize and take advantage of that. And that is not peculiar to Africa alone. That is also true of Nigeria. So it's important that Nigeria also look inward, begin to think about what are those what are those opportunities that are bound? The people, the culture, the environment, the natural wealth, the talent, the youth. These are all opportunities that are bound that we need to look inward and ensure that we take advantage of to transform the economy. So let's come home now to Nigeria to see what has the developments been in 2024 from where we sit. Well, as we know, just about 2 years now, we have had a new government come into power, which is that was in May 2023. And as we know, the mantra is renewed hope. So the idea is to remove despondency and also ensure that people are able to, have a lease of life, as it were. That is the idea. And so the government therefore promises, economic reforms, structural reforms, in terms of improving the external competitiveness of the country, promoting local production and exports. They also aspire to also improve public infrastructure, roads, rails, water, and so on, to support urbanization and also ensure that manufacturing is also improved. Initiatives like, special agriculture or special processing zones and so on are some of the things that were promised, including empowering women and also energizing the youth and improving their skills and entrepreneurship that can help to improve the economy as a whole. Now, what we do see, however, is that the country is still grappling with a lot of challenges, one of which, as we do know, is the issue about insecurity. Insecurity in some parts of the country, for example, has been very challenging, making it difficult, if not impossible in some situations, for farmers to go to work, to go to farm, to produce. I was listening to some news the other time where they mentioned that in some communities, the villagers will have to pool resources together and pay some bandits to ensure that, or terrorists, as it were, or bandits, to ensure that they don't molest them. They can allow them to go to their farm easily. So imagine how much that will impact, So that is one very major factor that is actually a major issue. We've heard about the farmer herder violence, banditry, the militancy. We have all of these affecting food production, all of these affecting business development in some environment. And the overall impact of this is that it has actually reduced the cost or quality of life of people who live in these communities. And not just in these communities, it has also affected generally the food prices, especially food production that are coming from those regions. The second challenge that is also seen, or observation that is made about the global economy, about Nigerian economy, is there appears to be some decline in the country's scoring on governance indicators. If you look, for example, at the Mo Ibrahim Index of African Governance, we notice that Nigeria has actually declined from 48.7% in 2016 to 45.7% in 2023. Of course, that's a lot, about 3 points, drop. So, and currently the country is in the bottom half of African countries that are ranked on this index. And again, following what we discussed, I mentioned in the previous point, issues of insecurity, issues of rule of law. Sometimes people cite corruption and also limited inclusivity as some of the drivers that are mentioned in that report that is driving that decline that we see in the performance of the economy. Now, following the contraction in 2022, we also see that economic growth has been positive. It has averaged about 3.1%, especially between 2021 to 2024. And the economy is actually, the sector that is driving the economy is services. And the question one need to ask is, what kind of services are we talking about here? And that is a very, very important point or question to answer, because services, if it is not value-adding quality services like ICT, some innovations, then it's important to really rethink. But in some cases, the services we're talking about here is buying and selling, trading generally. So we want to see more.
No.
Sorry?
No.
Sorry? Am I being heard?
Mr. Salam, yes, you're being heard. So
Yes,
you go
I can
ahead.
hear you.
So,
Okay, all right, thank you. So, so I was saying that what we do see, therefore, is the fact that services need to be driven by value-adding services and not just mere buying and selling, because that is where innovation comes from, and that is where the country can take advantage of global penetration in these areas of innovation of ICT and so on and so forth. Now, so in terms of the macroeconomic developments in Nigeria, the core variables, this table simply gives us a summary of what many of us are very familiar with respect to what the economy has been like. Now, like I said earlier, what we want to see more is improvement in non-oil services, especially innovation that can drive growth, because that is where transformation comes from. That is where the engine of growth should come from. We also see that there's been a contraction in oil and gas in terms of its transportation as sectors that are driving, that are contributing to economic growth. And this is what we see when it comes to the sectoral performance of the economy in the year 2024. We see agriculture, value added, which has remained very flat for quite some time now at 4,600 only, which implies that a lot needs to be done when it comes to improving the situation. We also see in industry too, labor productivity is also declining. And what that means, that rapid decline suggests is that it reduces the income in the hands of the people, in the pockets of the people, and that may definitely lead to, we may really worsen quality of life among the people. And what we see in Nigeria, the oil industry is classified under, sorry, the oil sector is classified under industry. And so for that reason, what we see dominating industry rather than manufacturing is more of the oil sector. The oil sector has been very dominant on that. Energy generation has also remained weak. It's been hovering around 4 to 5 gigawatt for quite some time now, even though generation is much higher than that, but because of a lot of challenges with transmission, getting these to the homes of the people has been challenging, which has made it to be relatively low at that level. And then for transportation, cost has been really high. And of course, we know where that is coming from with the increase in price of fuel, because most of our transportation are really based on fuel. They are fuel driven. So once the fuel price goes up, we see a lot of impacts that these have on price of on transport costs. And as we know, once this transport cost goes up, even if there's a slight drop in the price of petroleum products, as we have seen lately, it hardly ever, bring down the prices of transportation. So, which therefore is also challenging. Then water and sanitation access has also been very limited. We've seen just mere 67% of people having access to basic water supply, while for sanitation, it's really been challenging to have only 46% of the people having access to sanitation. And on ICT, we also have seen a lot of challenges lately with respect to the sector, especially the communication sector. There's been lots of feedback about the cost of operation in the sector, which is leading to what we're hearing currently about the possibility of a hike in the price of communication services. So just to now focus on 2025, so one of the immediate policy that would drive performance, or what we hope to see in 2025, as we do know, is the country's budget. And this is a summary. I'm sure all of us are very much familiar with this sector. We know what the budget is like, what is proposed, and so on and so forth. So we have a good idea of what this is, so there's no need to talk a bit more about it. But this is the outlook in terms of what the country expects to see in terms of what will happen. But some of the points to really make of these is in terms of some of the key assumptions. The question that one needs to ask is, how plausible are some of the assumptions that are made that can help to achieve the targets that are set for the budget? That is a very important point to make. And one of them will be, where will the revenues come from? If a good percentage of these resources will be sourced through debt, then it may be challenging, especially given the state of debt or public debt that the country had already contracted. Again, like I said at the beginning, when Ini mentioned the African development's position on debt, I did say, and I'm repeating, that we're not allergic to debt. Debt is not bad in itself. But what is bad about debt is, first, the terms in which the debts are contracted. In some cases, you have a lot of conditions or conditionality in debt that makes it very challenging for the country to repay. Then the second point is the use to which the resources are put. So if countries borrow, and what is borrowed is put into productive activities that can generate income, that can build capacity of individuals, of infrastructure, that can further expand economic activities, definitely it is an investment and the country will gain them back. But a situation where debts that are contracted either ends in people's pockets, or some of the debts that are contracted results in some kind of leakages, then that is where there is a challenge. So these are the two key things that countries must pay attention to when it comes to financing their budget or economic development or investments with debt. Debt is good, but be mindful of the terms of contracting the debt. Then also be mindful of how do you use the debt. If it's used to consume, then we know that that is not sustainable. It's just accumulating debt and risks, and like kicking down the can. Now, the second thing that we also need to pay attention to in terms of the plausibility of the budget will be, to what extent is the authorities strengthening domestic resource mobilization. The higher your domestic resources that you can mobilize, the lesser dependent you would be on debt. So it's important, therefore, to look inwards. I see that a lot of policies going on tax reforms and so on. These are very good developments, but it's important to note that any of such has to be inclusive, and it's important that all stakeholders have a stake and deliberate. Of course, not all the parties will be satisfied in terms of what they want to see, but it's important that at least general views are undertaken and all the reforms are underpinned in very strong research, policies, and all the factors that take into cognizance the context of the country. It's not just all about bringing in reforms, though other countries are doing this reform, and so we bring them in and we apply them. without first thinking it through to say, to what extent does these or are these policies consistent with our economic conditions, with our environment, and so on and so forth. So these are key issues that we need to pay attention to. Now the point about also crude oil production, that's another assumption. As we do know, the economy depends a lot on crude oil production. That's where a very good part of the resources are coming from, apart from domestic resources like taxation that I mentioned earlier. So now, how plausible, if we compare what the country had done, say an average over the past 5 years, this amount of oil, the assumptions of oil production, is it really plausible? Is it practical? Is it doable? That's another important question. Otherwise, at a point, it may be found out that if it is not doable, then the country will have to resort into borrowing to augment, and then the fiscal deficits may become even larger than estimated. Then the exchange rate assumption is also very important. We have seen how unreliable, unstable the exchange rate has been as a result of the market-determined policy stance of the country, of the government. So 1,500, is it really plausible? That's a very important question to ask, because more recently we've seen the exchange rate revolving around 1,006, 1,007 in some cases, but I'm not sure in recent times it has dropped below 1,006. So the question there would be, what policies is the country putting in place to ensure that the country is able to maintain an exchange rate that can be at 1,500, that can fall to 1,500. And then inflation. The assumption about inflation, we've seen how inflation has been skyrocketing, in the past 1 year or thereabout. But expecting inflation to be at 15% in 2025 will require a lot of work in managing some of the issues around the exchange rate, and also petroleum product prices, because those are the two sources, drivers of inflation on the country. So the government will have to put in place strong policy that can curtail those two drivers of inflation to achieve the key assumptions of this budget. Now, in terms of sectoral allocation, again, most of us, we know all of these. These are some of the things that that are estimated. But one thing to say about this is simply that this allocation is a reflection of the challenges that the countries are facing. It is also a reflection of the priority of the government. So we see here that defense takes the highest chunk of the budget. Again, which speaks to what had been said earlier with respect to the fact that banditry insecurity is a major challenge. And so it also shows that the government is willing to tackle it. And so that is the reason there's a lot of resources that have been budgeted to make it happen. But it's interesting to also see that the next two sectoral allocation or sectoral priorities, which is education and health, relates to human capital development. As we know, we have a lot of work to do when it comes to building human capital, improving education to ensure the people we are training, they are fit for purpose in the job market. It's not just all about churning out people, training people, sending people to school to graduate in different courses, but to what extent are they really are they able to apply what they learn? What skills do they gain in the process for them to be able to fit in the job market? These are very important points that we need to bear in mind. And the same thing for health too. Especially we need to deal with child mortality, maternal mortality, and all of those. These actually, again, is a reflection that the government, this is where their priorities are, and these are things that they really want to achieve in the process. Now, I know I've talked a lot, perhaps beyond the time I'm given, but I'll be wrapping up now to just focus very briefly about what then are some of the key strategic actions that we need to be looking forward to in 2025. The first of them would be fiscal policy. A lot will need to be done on fiscal consolidation. A lot of attention has to be paid to debt accumulation. Fiscal consolidation is absolutely important. And one of the things the government need to pay attention to here is how do we cut costs of governance? Some of us have heard the development in Ghana, where the new government has significantly reduced even the number of ministries in the country. As we know, Ghana is currently undergoing some reforms with respect to some of the issues related to debt restructuring that they're passing through. But one practical solution will be to ensure that cost of governance is reduced, and that's what the country is doing. So I think Nigeria can take a cue from that to start thinking, what are the areas where can we reduce cost of governance as much as possible? Because a lot of resources can be generated through this source that can be put into use in financing other activities that are absolutely necessary that can help to build to strengthen especially productivity. Now, the second point has to do with monetary and exchange rate policies. There have been lots of take with regard to the drivers of inflation that we have seen recently. And what people tend to believe is that this is coming from issues related to a lot of money in the system. But we have also seen the central bank over the years, maybe not over the years, over the recent at least, maybe over the past 1 year, trying as much as possible to raise the monetary policy rate with a view to curbing inflation. It is important that the government must definitely understand the root cause of these issues of monetary of inflation that will help them to know what really is tightening a monetary policy sufficient to deal with some of the inflationary pressures that we're seeing. In addition to monetary policy, do we also have an equivalent fiscal policy that is accommodating the monetary policy actions being taken to help to manage the process? If you have monetary policy being undertaken and there's no complementary fiscal policies, at the end of that is supporting what is being done on the monetary side, is just like two sides of the scissors. It's not going to work. So it's important that consolidation between consolidation and coordination actually between fiscal policy and monetary policy is absolutely important to help achieve the objective of properly managing monetary policy. And then the point about exchange rate policies also come into play. We've also seen that despite some of the actions that have been taken by the central bank, there really hasn't still been some sufficient, handle on exchange rates. We have seen it going yo-yo in some cases. It's important too, therefore, for the government to begin to look at, are there some unconventional policies that may be required? There is this talk about the fact that in the time we're in, central bankers should not just only focus on conventional monetary policy actions. They also need to look at their other accommodating unconventional policy actions that are required that can help to deal with some of the issues that the country is facing. That will really be helpful in managing exchange rate policy to ensure that we can curb its impact on inflation and ultimately on growth. For financial sector policies, we have seen ongoing policy with respect to some consolidation in the banking sector, which is good. But it's also important that this be paid attention to ensure that the country is able to focus specifically on helping to manage the policy that we see with regard to the financial sector. It's important that there's sufficient and very strong monitoring and supervision of the commercial banks. As we know, commercial banks are businessmen, they are business oriented. Many of them may not have social policies or developmental policies in their agenda. And that is the reason the government has established development banking institutions like the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Development Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry. So government therefore needs to put an eye on the commercial banks to ensure that they are properly supervised, to ensure that they are able to support the policies of the government. Attention also needs to be paid to this development banks to ensure that whatever they may require to also be able to deliver on their mandates are provided in terms of support, in terms of whether it could be capacity, institutional capacity requirements that can help these countries or these development banks to achieve their objective. There's also the point about governance. Like we said earlier, we've seen governance indicators through the Mo Ibrahim index falling by 3 points in recent times. So it's important that the government needs to actually improve what you call the social contract with the people. Strengthening the social contract is very important because that is the only way the government will have that moral justification to be able to, even in terms of taxation, for example, for you to go to the people in terms of the tax reform that is going on, that strong social contract is important because that is what gives confidence to the people to say, yes, we have a government in place that has our interest in mind and that we're sure if we pay these taxes or with this tax reform, whatever proceeds coming from there will actually go into benefiting the people. So things like AML, FT, things related to money laundering the framework will have to be strengthened to ensure that the government is able to properly support the economy. And lastly, is the point about structural reforms. The government will have to focus, for example, on reducing trade barriers. There are a lot of issues need to be done to align the country's trade policy with the ECOWAS. Then it's also important to streamline non-tariff measures and reduce what is called behind the border barriers. These, in many cases, are the sources of the high cost of living we see. There are some contributing to the high inflation rate we see. A lot of businessmen, they pay a lot of costs when it comes to behind the border, not just the taxes, the duties, the import duties, or the levies, but there are lots of other costs, that go into play. So it's important, therefore, that the country pay particular attention to that and endeavor to strengthen its trade relations with other ECOWAS countries. It's also important to improve infrastructure. Infrastructure development is important. That is what eases business. Businessmen are looking for factors, enablers that can help them to do business seamlessly and at the lowest possible cost. So government needs to pay particular attention. Issues of for example, still transporting crude from Lagos or from Warri or from wherever to Abuja to Kano is not fashionable. We need to really focus on the rail lines and ensure that some of these products are transported, they are cheaper, and more importantly, they also save the roads. one of the things that's been damaging most of the roads across the country is these heavy duty vehicles with very heavy equipment that travel on them. So government need to pay attention. We need to accelerate electrification. Band A, band B, whatever band, people want to see the benefit. If people are on band A and they have electricity 24 hours, definitely they will be happy to pay. So ensuring that we strengthen the distribution companies, the generation companies, and so on, will indeed assist in strengthening infrastructure that will also further improve the structural performance of the economy. The business environment also need attention. As we know, like I mentioned, it's important that we have level playing field. Some of the local content rules, the issue of patronage, again, we mentioned earlier about some of the American President Trump's policy with respect to America first. We should also be talking about Nigeria first. So are there some of risk takers, businessmen who are pushing in some sectors, whether it is in the oil sector, whether it is in the automobile manufacturing sector? It is important that we give them priority. That is what some countries do. So this preferential procurement policy will really help the country to be able to strengthen some of these firms to ensure that they are able to compete, not just within Nigeria or Africa, but globally. That is how most of these firms in Europe, in America, were built initially for them to get to a level where they are today. So consumer protectionism, issue of federal competition, and all of those needs to really be put in place. And more importantly, it's also important that we support household businesses, small and medium enterprises. As we know, these form more than 80 to 90% of all the economic activities that are taking place in the country. And these are the people who are directly related to the family. So it's important, therefore, that we improve access to input for them, the tools they require. We provide the small and medium enterprises farmers with climate resilient crop varieties, storage related issues, access to finance. These are the things that will help all the small and medium enterprises to do well in their business and contribute to the economy. I'd wanted to also just talk briefly about how the African Development Bank is supporting the Nigerian economy, but I know time is gone. I may not be able to talk about this now, but maybe if there's opportunity, I can talk about them later. But just to inform all of us that the African Development Bank is a major player in the Nigerian economy when it comes to investment in key development initiatives. This include not just only investment in infrastructure, in agriculture, but we're also investing in soft infrastructure that include capacities. And it was talking earlier about us being passionate about debt. Just in December, we were in Nigeria, where we launched what we call the Debt Management Forum for Africa. And the essence of that forum is to ensure that we bring countries together to deliberate and exchange views, and also be able to support each other when it comes to managing their debts productively, transparently, and efficiently. And we chose Nigeria because we believe that we chose Nigeria to launch that initiative because we believe Nigeria can be a force, can be a role model when it comes to making that happen. So thank you, everyone. I'm not sure I have enough time to have concluding thoughts, but once again, thank you for inviting us, and thank you so much. Over to you now. Back to you, Ini.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Gunleye, giving us a whole lot to chew. And I believe there'll be questions, a lot of questions. So you could just drop your questions on the chat so you don't forget, and then we will work on it later. So let's just skip to the next one, which is by Dr. Peter Ashade. ACES is the Group Chief Executive Officer of United Capital Group Limited. And he's going to be speaking on fostering investor confidence, the challenges and opportunity in the Nigerian capital market. Dr. Ashade, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ini. It's indeed a pleasure coming up today to, sorry, I'm trying to share my screen. I think it's fine now. So thank you so much, Ini. And let me start by sincerely thanking Dr. Ogunleye. Very, very in-depth presentation and extreme both global and Nigerian scene. We are always proud Nigeria everywhere in the world. We are key stakeholder when it comes to capacity, especially human capacity. It's very delighting listening to you, and you are quite very spot on. Also, let me commend and thank my brother and friend, that is the President and Chairman of Council, Mr. Oluokudada. You're doing great job in CIS. We are proud of you, and we're proud of the achievement that even lies ahead. It's with great pleasure that I come to participate in this very, very epic event, especially at the beginning of the year. So looking at fostering investors' confidence, challenges, and opportunity in Nigeria capital markets. Permit me, I know I have a very limited time here, 20 minutes. So, but I'll try to make something out of the 20 minutes. So we'll be looking at the key decision. I will not, thankfully, Dr. Ogunleye has really highlighted a lot of areas that maybe I will have spent a little time. Intentionally decided to take the global out of the scene. Why? Because I know it's definitely going to cover that space, and what's quite very instructive. That he did quite justice to that. So we'll be looking at headline performance as far as 2024, Nigerian capital market and retrospect, challenges in Nigerian capital market, and D2 to opportunity. Without much ado, I will just limit just key areas as it affects. A lot of things happened in 2024, no doubt. A lot that affected both corporate, individuals, political scene and all that plays. So what we just try to do coming up here is just to pick some critical thing as we are all aware. The Dangote refinery commenced operation in January early last year, which very instructive, not only for Dangote Group, but for Nigeria and Africa. It's quite very, so it's for us a landmark thing, which again, yes, it started as a mustard seed, but we want to believe most significantly and sincerely in some couple of years to come, the benefits definitely will rub on the capital market. Again, in terms of crude oil production, which Dr. Ogunleye alluded to, in 2024 climbs to 1.3. In March, Central Bank of Nigeria announced increasing minimum share capital for banks, and you know what that happened. Most of the fugas, they have been able to raise, I think, the first part of the share capital increase in 2024. That was quite instructive because, again, it created a lot of buzz within the Nigerian capital market. The PMI, average 50.50 in 2024, as compared, that's a growth of 2.61%. And when you look at Dr. Ogunleye spoke so much about the public debt, and while I agree that it's not averse to it, but the fact is we need to be strategic in terms of the allocation and the utilization, and which I totally agree with him. Also, Nigeria last year, first domestic dollar bond, a success story for Nigerian economy, went out to raise 500 million and raised, was oversubscribed by 180%. It's quite very instructive to 900 million. That again shows the resilience of the capital market. The economy of Nigeria is strong. It's just for most of the concluding part of Dr. Ogunleye, the action and activity that is expected from government to really permit into this area and be able to do that. Looking at some critical indices from the resilience of Nigeria in 2024, has been improvement in our GDP. We had a growth 3.46 on year for Q3. Q4 number, but then is a lot more improvement from what we had in 2023. Again, in terms of contribution, we see our non-oil sector contributing to 94.30, which is quite very instructive, and that shows that even though in terms of revenue, we have oil sector determining a lot in terms of foreign exchange, but the contribution of non-oil sector is worth noting, and that we need to take that. And in terms of the PMI, I won't waste more time. That regardless of what the economy held in 2024, we still had an improvement, even though how bit small, from 5.36 to 5.50 in 2020. 50.50 in 2024. An average improvement. One would have expected it higher, but again, a lot rising from the high interest rate economy, elevated inflation level, and so which is quite very instructive. And again, since 2016. We faced with double-digit inflation, and 2024 was not an exception. In fact, our headline in 2024, as of June, peaked at 34.19%, but along the line moderated. It moderated, but wow! At the end of the day, I think just as Dr. Ogunleye was presenting, the December number was announced. The breaking news as 34.80%. 80, that's the inflation that we ended December 2024, which are again quite very instructive again. So looking at it, but one beauty about it is that we are growing at a decreasing rate. Things we hope will definitely improve over time. I'm quite positive about Nigerian economy. I'm quite positive. There are a lot to happen in 2025. As it were, but when you compare an average inflation in 2024, such to now it will be like 33.10 thereabout compared to 24. So again, that underscores the fact that inflation was quite very high, and it affected a lot of things: disposable income, even some of the government activities, both at subnational and national, as it were. And again, dovetailing to the MPC. And for the first time in the history of Nigeria, just in 1 year, the NPR cumulatively increased by 875 basis points across the 5 meetings that was held. And this is quite unprecedented. But then again, these are major intervention from the government through the CBN that we need to use to really moderate the market and ensure that we're able to balance things out. Otherwise, the negative return that we assume resulting from the high inflation rate may just kill investment appetite, and that as it were. In terms of FX volatility, and you see from the graph here, when you look at what happened in 2022, from January 2022, you see both the official and parallel market. You see the gap that were quite very predominant. But when you look at it going to 2024, it is easing out. You see both the official market and the parallel market, but one thing that is critical in terms of, depreciation in Naira by over 70% in 2024. This is quite very critical, as many business decisions were affected in the year, because the 70% increase in depreciation in Naira is significant and affected a lot of business decisions, a lot of economic decision, as it were. Even even the refinery and everything. A lot that were affected. Again, in terms of external reserves, even amidst all this, one good thing that we can say, a positive note in 2024 was the, at least we're able to stabilize our foreign reserves and, increased by 24.27% as at December. Again, it boosted by a lot of activity. The dollar loan from IMF affected it. The 900 million that were raised foreign currency domestic bond was raised affected this. But the bottom line is, anyone from the economics point of view, one will say, no, we shouldn't, have considered in that really, but we want a productive effort to, be the basis of increasing our external reserve. I agree, but the fact is, as far as the available data is concerned, today at least, we could say some activity is still, contributing to that, which we believe in 2025 going forward. Hopefully, most of the government policy will definitely affect positively impact on the growth that is in terms of external what's it called, external debt. I will not belabor this. The reserves that we see increase. In terms of foreign direct investment, I'm trying to manage my time because I know I didn't want to overshoot the 20 minutes as it were, but not without talking in detail across all the key indices. So foreign direct investment was low in 2024, contributing just 2.4 of the total inflow, various inflow, but very critical. And we're going to see where this plays out as far as the market is concerned. In terms of debt to GDP, ballooned. There's no way, it's very, very clear. You can see in terms of from 42.34 to over 100%. It's noteworthy that even at that, we're yet to get the data for the Q3 and Q4. So which again, it calls for consideration as we move into the year. The Nigerian capital market in retrospect, what really transpired as far as the market is concerned, we look at the equity market. Yes. So regardless of that, we won't beat it about this market, and we're quite happy and can raise our shoulder to say, yes, at least the Nigeria capital market outperformed the inflation rate in Nigeria. This again underscored the importance of Nigeria capital market in the development policy and indices of government. Nigeria capital market has come to be a relevant key platform that we cannot, or government cannot, if we must grow this economy, but play, associate with. Thank goodness for the new Elsman in SEC and a lot of initiative that is coming up. So it's very critical. You can see a 37.65 compared to even the 34.8 as of December. So what it means is that if you have to put your money in Nigeria capital market and be to play your game very well, the return will still be positive compared to some of major investment as it were. But by and large, we try to look at the NGX, the FMDQ, and NASD in terms of growth between 2023 and 2024 percentage, both the market capitalization and ASI, which is very key. You can see in terms of NGX, a 54.28% growth. You agree a lot of key listing that came up last year. It's part of the growth that we're talking about as far as the market is concerned. So even despite the fact that what transpired in 2024, we still see this. In terms of FMDQ, you see a drop, 16.5% drop in the activity, and you're going to see what contributed to it quite very soon. While also in NASD, you see part of what led to that. I won't waste my time in terms of return. And again, this quite is instructive in terms of looking at 5-year analysis of something. You agree with me that this is a total turnaround. From 2019, these have improved quite significantly. At the point in time in the history of this market, the foreign participation has always outweigh the domestic participation. But from 2019, you can see the trend of things. A lot of that shows the confidence of even the domestic players as far as the market is concerned, which is quite positive for the country. However, we still need foreign participation again to strengthen and deepen the market in terms of this will allow more development of different products, as it were. And when you look at the corporate bonds, and this is not far-fetched, when you look at the corporate bond in terms of the bond activity, we had a significant decline as against the highest we had in 2022 of 17. Well, 2024, we had only 4. Why? And it's not far-fetched. In an elevated interest environment, definitely it will not be too attractive to come up with either corporate bond or federal government bond or a state bond in this era. So which is very, very key, and we see the trend. Without much ado, now let's come to challenges in Nigerian capital market. As it were, as good as Nigerian capital market could be seen, just like any other capital market globally, as a point where we all know long-term, medium, long-term fund could be sourced and all that. We want to ask, so what in terms of what are the current inherent challenges that we face as far as the market is concerned? We look at under different portfolio, the regulatory and policy challenges as far as concerned. Today, we have limited financial literacy about capital market compared to what is happening. I think we will all agree to this. So we need to do a little more. We do more. In fact, I know at the point in time, the Earthman in SEC, and we were looking at, there was a committee set up to look at how can we put financial literacy in terms of the capital market in the curriculum of schools, even right from secondary school. This were not really, at the end of the day, we didn't achieve that, but a lot has to be done. In terms of the bottlenecks, lengthy administrative process, again, this is major in terms of timeline. Tax inefficiency, you see double taxation, multiple taxation here and there, that, a lot that we still need to do to create efficiency. In terms of corporate governance issue, weak transparency, corporate scandals, we cannot but, a lot of data that speaks to this, that we believe that could import. In terms of microeconomic and geopolitical challenges, in this market, we see microeconomic, inflation and currency volatility. You agree with me when I talk about the issue of bond some couple of minutes ago. Why do we not have corporate bond, commercial papers, in 2024 were quite very low compared to previous years, and because of the elevated inflation and interest rate environment. And this economic dependence on oil, we cannot overemphasize this. And shifting attention away, there are a lot of areas that we can develop that can impact positively. Security concern, we cannot overemphasize it. Dr. Ogunleye highlighted it. Youth unemployment, in terms of investor confidence, past market crashes, the market crash in 2028, the impact of that. Some people are still holding on to that. But I know with a lot of investors' education, we can always overrun that because it's a cycle. Definitely, things like this do happen, and it's not synonymous to Nigeria. But we can always do more. In terms of limited protection mechanism there. So looking at from the market and liquidity challenges, you can see, so we try to look at each of these challenges in different buckets. We have low market participation, and here we have dominance of institutional investors. So the need for retail investor still playing more in the market is quite very key. But today you see a lot of institutional, even though yes, we have domestic players, but when you look at it, we have pension fund administration, the insurance, the asset managers, playing more in the market. So, but yeah, it could be better. So, because we need to carry everyone along. Low foreign investment, you can see from the data presented earlier, you can see that. In terms of liquidity challenges, the market is not, the depth of the market is really, really of concern. The stock, and some are illiquid, limiting exit opportunity. So we have that lack of market makers. A lot of these happen in other markets that we think are taking advantage of. Limited asset to capital, high cost of listing, limited SME participation. Even though we have alternative security markets, the question is how many securities have been listed on the alternative security market in the recent time. It's a major challenge. Maybe we need to revamp, look at policy, and see where that is where government too needs to play a very key role in identifying Nigerian capital market as part of the strategic partner in terms of in implementing the growth vision of the government. Looking at product and technological gap, as far as the market is concerned, limited products, you totally agree with me. The concentration we have, concentration on equity and fixed income, there are other areas that we could, ETF, derivatives, commodities, that we can. So we need to develop our market to that. It's happening in other jurisdictions. We have the skill, we have the manpower that can really develop all this. We just need to pay attention to that. These are things that will deepen the market as it ought to be and create, bigger opportunity for anyone to play in this area. Infrastructure and technological gap, outdated trading platforms, cybersecurity is a major area that we cannot wish away. But thank goodness, the new leadership of SEC, they're looking at a lot of areas in this. I will not waste my time on the economy outlook of 2025. Dr. Ogunleye highlighted that because of our time. So I'll just go to opportunities that we have. That in terms of opportunity, we have endless opportunity in Nigeria capital market, I can tell you. Endless opportunity from the potential blue chip listing, insurance sector. Now, a lot of the recapitalization of the banking sector is coming up. It's not been concluded. Insurance sector capitalization is going to join that. We know that other sectors too might be coming with a lot of this. The capital market is a place that this type of a fund can be sourced or could be invested. So it's quite huge. The opportunity is massive as far as the market is concerned. It's just for us to continue to talk about it. It's a conversation and must continue. The capital market raising for DISCO, as highlighted by NEC, is quite, again, you see a lot of players in this in the market bringing them. We have a lot of undervalued stocks that people can take advantage of. And when you look at the debt capital market also, from sovereign bond to subnational, we're hopeful that in 2025 there will be a lot of opportunity, especially subnational and corporate bonds. That's going to because we believe after the rebasing of the economy by end of January, we want to see a turnaround because a lot of these indices will change, and again we may give room to a lot of participation as far as the market is concerned in terms of infrastructure, green bond, a lot to still be done. Alternative investment opportunities, the derivative as of this world, the goals and other metals, the SMEs. So you could just imagine all these opportunities that are there. To what extent have we been able to tap into this opportunity and extract value, both for corporates, for individual, for institutions, and government, both at the subnational and national? We have not really tapped into that. That shows that the fact what we in terms of, if I want to look at it in the scale of 1 to 10, maybe we are still operating on scale 2 compared to other 10 opportunity that lies in the Nigerian capital market, that we can deepen this market and be able to do that. And again, other opportunity, an multinational departures, when you create a vibrant capital market, deepen the capital market, definitely. As of today, Nigeria capital market is one of the highest returning market, even in Africa and even globally. I'm very sure we cannot be less than top 20 in terms of return globally. But, the question is, so government needs to support initiative to localize policy, infrastructure development, and all that must happen. Capital raising opportunity, possible low price entry point for financial assets, improve transparency and reporting, which is quite very, very key there. And, conclusively, because I'm mindful of the time, really, conclusively, one thing that is key, yes, the government renew hope agenda of government of 1 trillion economy by 2030, for me, it is indeed realistic. It is indeed achievable. However, there's no economy, name it in the world, the economy that can achieve any meaningful developmental agenda or initiative without its capital market. It is quite very instructive that the government, aligning, working together with the capital market can really fast track this vision, which we all buy into and would believe. It has started with CBN coming up with some policies, doing some agenda. I'm very sure the Security and Exchange Commission in some couple of months to come is going to roll up some things to ensure that we are able to create a very veritable thing, because there's a clear direct correlation between the market size, the capital market size, and the economic development you see in any country. And that is it. So what we see there in Nigeria now, you see what is a reflection of our capital market, especially in terms of infrastructure development and other development initiative of government. Once the government, and this has been tested last year, if we could raise almost one trillion, as far as $1 billion, as far as the market is concerned, in this market, then we can do better. This market presents a lot of opportunity. I think on this note, so that I'm not sorry that I have to rush. I'm particular about the time that is allocated. But one thing I can assure the audience is that the presentation will be available with CIS, and it could be shared for people to get more insight. On that note, let me thank you so much for giving me opportunity at this point in time. Thank you so much, leadership of CIS.
Yes, Dr. Ashadi, for that. I know you're very conscious of the time, but you couldn't help it. I guess it's obvious it's an area where you're passionate about. So, but we get the message, and please do stand by your questions. We're going to the question and answer segment next. But before we go there, we would like to tell you that we have a whole lot of people joining us via YouTube. In fact, the Zoom platform has been exhausted, as in it has hit its capacity. That means if anybody tries to come in through Zoom, you would be told that you cannot join the meeting again because it has reached its capacity. So we have a whole lot of participants on YouTube, and we really appreciate you for joining us for this. We're going to come to the question and answer session next, but we need to take a break. It's just a timeout. There's a video that we played. It's not like we are logging out or anything, and then we'll be back. So please get your questions ready. I think we have one already on the chat, but please do get your questions ready. When we come back, then we'll take the questions. Wonder if our IT team are ready with the playouts. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like we have that ready. I hope we would be able to take it before we end the session. So let's just go straight into the questions for this time. I think the first one that has already been sent would go to Dr. Ogunleye, if I'm mistaken or I'm not mistaken. So it's from Kalu Oji, or better still, if Kalu Oji is here, do you want to just voice out your question? Kalu Oji, are you here?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
Right.
I'm here. Yeah, thank you so very much. I want to thank the presenters for the beautiful presentation and very informative and incisive. My question is to Dr. Ogunleye. Basically, the central bank has been tightening monetary policy aggressively, and that is clearly hurting, raising interest rates, and that is clearly hurting production and the manufacturing sectors. So the improved growth outlook is expecting in 2025 in its presentation I was wondering where it's going to come from. Maybe you can throw more light on that. And also, I want his thoughts around this banking sector recapitalization, which is ongoing. Many banks have accessed the capital market to recapitalize based on CBN directive. And we see that if, with aggressive tightening, the banks are going to have a lot of capital in their kitty. But with the aggressive monetary high interest rates, those resources may not flow into the real economy. And most likely they may, of course, flow into other investment schemes like the capital market. And what looks like the bubble that we experienced during last time when this type of thing happened may well be around the corner. And what are his thoughts to avert a bubble in the capital market? I mean, those resources flowing to the capital market. These are just my concerns. Thank you.
Please, pardon me if I may quickly interject. Sorry, I didn't get the question because I'm trapped actually managing 2 meetings at the same time, unfortunately. So I just heard my name. I heard there was a question. So please, if you can take it again, my apologies.
Thank you, sir. What I'm saying basically is that there are 2 questions basically. The first question is, or first concern is, the concern around where the source of growth, improved growth outlook in your presentation in 2025, where is it going to come from, given that the current aggressive monetary tightening policy of the central bank is hurting growth, basically. It's hurting the flow of credit to the productive sectors. So where is the growth going to come from? And also, with the current banking sector recapitalization scheme, the banks are going to be awash with capital, no doubt. But also with these high interest rates, of course, those capital may not flow into the real economy. And where the danger may be like what happened last time, they could flow into the capital market. And that could potentially cause a bubble. So what are your thoughts around how to avert this or mitigate it? Thank you.
Sorry, I want to know, how is it managed, INI? Is it that we have a few questions and then we respond? Sorry, am I being heard?
Yeah, Dr. Gule, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I was asking. Yes, I was asking to say, what's the run of show? Do you want a few questions asked and then all the presenters respond according to the questions they're asked, or you just want us to treat each question as they come?
Okay, I think we should gather the questions. So I think that we will have better management of time. So please, is there any other question? Any other person with questions? I think the other comments here are just asking for the slides. I don't think I see any other questions. So any other participants would like to ask a question, please? Any other question? Okay. I guess if you ask a question, I'm a journalist, I might as well ask a question. I might as well ask a question, and that'll be to Dr. Ashade. Dr. Ashade, so you did talk about the potentials in the capital markets, which we know, even though unfortunately, last year, the preceding year, we saw our capital market being celebrated as the best and all of that. Unfortunately, last year, the Ghana Stock Exchange overtook the NGX. And I guess one of the issues is attracting listings, to the floor. What are we missing and what can we do to attract more companies to list on the NGX, boost our capital market, and also the electronic platform? to make it more vibrant, but the youths are the ones who would use that. So that's my question to Dr. Ashade. And then Dr. Eric, the issue of field subsidy, I don't know if, I know you said you were talking as Dr. Wule and not as AFDB, but I don't know if there are conversations around how to maximally use the savings from subsidy. We're told that effectively it's from October 2nd. By now, I guess we should see, or at least see a direction as to how it should be used. So if you could speak to us on that also. Thank you so much. We'll start with Dr. Eric, Dr. Wule.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Kalu Oji, for your question. So the first question is on sources of growth. Well, in every economy, there are what is called traditional sources of growth, but there are also emerging sources of growth. For Nigeria, of course, as we know, agriculture remains one of the key sources of growth, but as we know, we have been having some challenges with regard to that sector driving growth because of insecurity that we mentioned in the presentation and a few other challenges surrounding agricultural productivity. So we've seen productivity declining. If you recall, in my presentation, I did mention that one of the things that is important when it comes to projecting sources of growth is the plausibility of the assumptions that surround that projection. And I think I spent a little bit of time trying to look at some of those assumptions that are made and the extent to which they might be able to drive growth. One thing I can say specifically about agriculture, and I did mention that too when trying to analyze the 2025 budget, you see that defense is the highest taker from the budget. Like I mentioned, that suggests that insecurity is an issue, or defending the improving security is one of the focus or priorities of the government. So if we take it from there that it is indeed a priority of the government, and the government really intends to intensify effort in fighting banditry, in fighting insurgencies, then we could say that we might succeed to some extent in ensuring that agriculture bounces back as a major sources of growth. But what needs to be done to make that happen, as we mentioned, apart from just fighting insurgency, is to what extent are we really modernizing agriculture and agriculture production? As I mentioned, SMEs dominate that sector, where you have a lot of people who have only just maybe less than 2,000, 1,500 square meters or 1 hectare of land that they cultivate. So the government must be willing to actually roll out policies that will strengthen these smallholder farmers to ensure that they can go to their farm. That's number one in terms of security. And number two, if they go to the farm, they must plant. So what type of seeds, what varieties, what improvement in varieties do they have that can help them to be able to make this happen? So one of the support the bank, African Development Bank, is giving Nigeria, for example, is a special agriculture processing zone. So with that SAPZ, what we're doing is to support different states, a few of them, that can, it's not just all about building agriculture, but building an ecosystem that include living, having health facilities, having education, being able to produce not just raw production, but also be able to add processing to what is being produced. So if we take it, therefore, from government fighting, insurgencies or, terrorism, banditry as much as possible, and the support that the country could get from development partners like the African Development Bank in strengthening the sector, there's a very strong likelihood that agriculture may remain a major source of growth on the continent. Another important sources of growth that we see, and I've heard a lot of people talk about it, is on industrialization, especially crude oil processing, as we see. There are lots of projections out there with respect to what we intend to see with regard to the Dangote refinery coming on board. We have also seen a subtle competition now coming on with respect to in that sector. I think the man that owned Bua, I think Mr. Kwakwanso, no, not Kwakwanso, sorry, Rabiu, I'm trying to remember the second name. Rabiu is also building a refinery. That's Bua, owner of Bua Cement and Bua Group. Sorry?
Samad.
Yes. Okay, Samad. So we also have that going on. So you may therefore begin to see a situation where you see a lot of emerging, apart from the modular refineries that we also see, that there may be some competition that will drive down prices and also build that sector as an industrial sector. As I mentioned earlier, in Nigeria, the oil and gas sector is usually considered as a major part of the industrial sector. We've also seen pockets of manufacturing, but again, that will depend on the extent to which the government is able to strengthen the business environment. Investors will not come if they are not sure of the security of their money. Mr. Ashade mentioned earlier, when it comes to investment, the first thing that is driving any investor is risk aversion. Nobody wants to lose their investment. You want as much return as possible. So if you are to choose between security of your investment and return on investment, most, if not 80 or 70% of investors will choose security of investment. The return on investment could be 1,000% or 500%, but what about if you lose the entire money? So people are interested in getting 20% or 10%, but the money is secure, the investment is secure. So government must be willing to strengthen the business environment. That would be one source of growth through which we can attract foreign direct investments, through which we can attract remittances from Nigerians who are living in the diaspora. That is the only way we can attract portfolio investors, even in the stock market. So my take, therefore, is that if we have this type of interventions, focusing on, especially, I know it's a medium term, developing industrial clusters. And what I also think is important, and this I saw when I was in government some years back, is the government should be willing to develop what is called a patronage policy. A patronage policy is where you have government committing to procuring some goods and services from local firms. That is how big firms today like the Ford Motors and so on grew, because there was a commitment from the government to patronize some of these firms. And so from there, they're able to grow. They're based on the sales, based on turnover, and so on and so forth. So we have seen a lot of alignment globally where countries are focusing on buying from their friends or making their country first. So Nigeria must be willing to apply similar policy, because that is the only way we can grow the manufacturing sector and make it a source of growth. So I know I have talked generally. Again, I want to avoid just narrowing down to a particular sector, but there are those traditional sectors. But like I said, there are also emerging sectors that the country needs to focus on, especially the information and communication technology. This is a sector where a lot of youth are playing because of their innovation, their risk-taking orientation. They are willing to stake and invest in this sector. So government needs to provide the right environment for them to be able to play. We also have a gold mine, a sector that can contribute to growth too, that we have not really been exploring, and that's the entertainment industry. We have a lot in terms of production, in a lot of movies making, musicals, the culture itself. These are all sources of growth that we need to pay attention to, and not just focusing only on the traditional sectors. Now, the second question about the capital consolidation going on in the banking sector, and the fact that banks are most likely to be awash with a lot of money, a lot of cash, and then they may find it difficult, or maybe find what do they do with it? Again, that is what is usually called absorptive capacity. Absorptive capacity is very important when it comes to building capital. I mean, most of us who are connected, we are businessmen. We know that if you are a firm and you have some cash, no businessman keeps cash with him anyway. They will always find a place to invest it. For me, that is an opportunity to open new and emerging sectors that I was talking about. It is also an opportunity to deepen engagement in the existing sectors. As we know, we have a lot of opportunities here, a lot of gaps that exist in our economy, whether it's in the agriculture sector, whether it's in the manufacturing sector, whether it's in the services sector, in the entertainment sector. We have a lot of gaps requiring resources, requiring money to be invested in. Because if we have enough resources, then why are we borrowing? So meaning therefore that there are a lot of gaps. So I think what is important that we do, and this is my belief, is money will always, getting money is not difficult, but what is difficult is the use to which you put it. So if these institutions find themselves with a lot of cash, they therefore need to start to look inwards to say what opportunities exist here within the economy that we can focus on. What can we invest in? We have housing deficits to the tune of millions of houses in Nigeria. To what extent can we focus on closing those gaps? You can also invest. They can also invest in social infrastructure. That is the global movement now on what they call social investment. Banks should be thinking seriously about social investment. You can invest in, closing some of the development gaps in the country, while at the same time making money. In the social sector, like education sector, in the health sector, we know how much gaps exist in these places. So in my mind, what the banks need to do once they have these resources at their disposal is to begin to look inward and not focusing, for example, on whether investing in round tripping in the foreign exchange market. But there are real activities that are really calling for resources where this money can be taken to and where the country can feel the impact. Now, the issue about fuel subsidy, that's in this question, and how to use the savings effectively. For me, on this question, we really don't have anything to ask for, because it has been done before in this country. When fuel subsidy was removed in the past, there were lots of initiatives that were rolled out, which we can similarly take a look at, review them. Where did we go right? Where did we go wrong? Sure, P, for example, is one of them. How can we strengthen it? How can we what can we do to make it better? So social investment for me, it's what needs to happen. If you're taking resources, if you have a lot of savings from fuel subsidy removal, what is normally done in countries that have done similarly is to pump some of these resources to the people who need the resources most, and that is the bottom millions or billions, depending on the size of the economy. The bottom millions are the people who need it, people who are grappling with finding good health, people who are grappling with good education, people who are grappling with even traveling from one point to the other. So investing in public transportation, getting the money to get like a light rail, maybe in Lagos, in Abuja, in some larger cities in Nigeria, up and running would be one good thing to ease movement of people. So the impact of that fuel subsidy removal will be cushioned through these other means that can help them to deal with some of the challenges that are coming from there. There's also that some countries have also used social cash transfers. But the challenge with social transfers is the record that we have. But I know Nigeria has improved greatly beyond what it used to be. I learned the other time that there's a centralization of the database with respect to people's identity, that between the Nigerian, what do you call it, NIN or NIMSI, and the immigration, and I think whether driver, FRSC with driver's license, voters registration. If you have a consolidated one portal where all this data of people are housed, identifying the people, which is the major challenge with respect to cash transfers, can be overcome. Because in some cases, it is putting cash directly in the hands of the people that can ease their burden on daily basis. But you need to know the people you're paying. Are they really the people who need the money? Are they really the people who need the resources? So if you can identify those people who need the resources, and the resources can be transferred directly to them, then that will be one major area, because the impact is immediate. It doesn't because people are having the cash today, and they're able to pay or able to use it right now. So I think subsidizing agriculture products and materials is also very important, because that's where the majority of the people who are in the bottom are engaging. Trying to also think about focusing on generally on the informal sector. A lot of people who are doing business, they are struggling. If we can identify them and support them directly, their businesses, I think these are the key areas where the government can put these savings to, and it will have sufficient impact on the people. Sorry, I hope I haven't taken too long in it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nile. Okay, so can we have Dr. Shadi now to answer?
Thank you so much, Ini. Again, I'll be as brief as possible. You sincerely ask very, very germane and pertinent questions. Attracting new listing is quite very critical to increasing the depth of the market, improving activity on the market, increasing the liquidity in the market, which is quite very instructive. I know the NGX doing so much where it stands, the Security and Exchange Commission, however, there is still more to be done. Someone said if you want a change, you have to change some critical things in the way you look, see, act on some things. You can't do some things the same way and expect a different result. And again, we should not forget the fact that the Nigerian businesses cannot operate in a vacuum. They operate within the echoes of, the operating environment within the country. So it is very instructive that, yes, for us to even bring the businesses, attract them to the floor, we need to do some critical things. One of them is creating an enabling environment. I know in the past administration, even this administration, we're talking about ease of doing business. Truly, is it so easy to do business in Nigeria? We're saying that I want to attract businesses to Nigeria. I want to attract businesses to the capital market. We can only attract businesses that are viable to Nigeria Stock Exchange. To the stock market or the capital market, as it were. So creating an enabling environment, and government need to participate in this and just like I talk about collaboration between the regulator, that's SEC, government policy, and there are some critical policies that must be in place, critical laws that must be enacted to ensure that we are able to drive this. We have to be intentional if something like that will happen. For instance, we talked about multiple taxation as far as the market is concerned today. So it's really discouraging. It's really discouraging. So something like that, we need to really look at that so that at least to give incentive We can, for instance, we can give incentive if you are listed on the NGX and play in the capital market. You can be, you can say you will be given a tax holiday. As something must come to, from the government, right from the top down, cascaded down to ensure that we're able to do that. Leveraging on the listing cost. If you look at it today, the listing cost, the transaction cost, as far as the market is concerned, is still high. But we look at it vis-a-vis the inflation rate in the country, you may think, but then if there are things that we need to look at to ensure we're able to, improve in that regard and, encourage businesses to come on board. Also, I want to, highlight, the need for improved product offerings. A company could come and decide that, well, I don't want to do equity, I don't want to do this is what I want to do. The opportunity to even come in a different lines, but within the confines of the capital market will play, really help, the thinking and the repositioning of a lot of businesses. Another area is creating incentive for SME participation in the market. Yes, we have an alternative market in NGX for SME, but just like I highlighted, how many SME have we seen in the recent time? But the question is that we need to not only put in all these things together, we need to really publicize it. We need to drive the narratives. We need to, so one of the things I want to plead that we do differently as far as 2025 going forward is concerned. The capital market need to take over the narratives here. Because it is very, very important that we take over our narrative and be able to say it the way we want people to see us. We need to really make, that assertive, position about the opportunity that lies in this market and what people can really benefit, coming into this market either to invest or to raise capital or, to improve the eco. So we need to really do more on public enlightenment. Very, very key. And that, again, I want to believe, taking over our narratives in addition to other highlighted points earlier, would definitely ensure that we're able to attract. And on the issue of creating a platform for youth, definitely we say that Nigeria is a 64% or 65% youth. But the question is, how many of the youth do we have in capital market today? We agree to the fact that, yes, if you want you to come to our market must be structured in a particular manner. What is the level of technology adoption as far as the market is concerned today? And we want you to come and play in such. You won't sit them. You won't see them. They won't come here. So for us to bring you to this market, we must be deliberate. The market must be deliberate, from government to regulator to players. We must be deliberate because the expectation from the regulators, expectation from players, we must create flexibility around some of the policy that we attract them, and we need them, either we like it or not, because that is the new oil as far as the population is concerned today. We must be open up to their concerns and see what excites them. How can we ensure that we're able to bring them something? And again, in terms of the public enlightenment too, for them, creating from the regulator, the government, the players coming together, there must be, go congruent to see. So how we're going to have different forums that talk about youth, go to university, talks about them, placing this, that, it goes a very long way to create a platform and say that there's alternative investment. For most of them, they know of savings. They know of, and you'll be surprised that even most of these, they play in other countries. They play, using a different platform, and they play. Whereas, it's just like, be at the riverside and washing your hand with spittle, which is very key. Where there are opportunity, look at the return that the market generated in 2024 amidst all this, which is quite very, very encouraging. So I think we need to do more as a regulator, as a player, and as government, to ensure we're able to unleash the potentials that is inherent in bringing our youth to the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashade, for that. Obviously, we all have to do or need to do more, as you have said. So we have, I want to believe this is the final question, or do we have any other question? Okay, I believe this will be the final question. Elias Yamodere, if you're here, at least, let's hear your voice. Except you're not here, then I can read out the question that you posted. Is Elias here, please?
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone on the call. Thanks for this very useful presentation. My question is around the FX volatility and how best can CBN manage the speculative stance of average Nigerian on FX? Thank you.
Who are you directing it to?
It will be maybe Ashade, Mr. Ashade, because it's closer to the market. So I need his insight. Thank you, Mr. Ashade.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. For all of us, we have seen the impact of so many in the last 24 months, in the last 12 months, you see a lot of policy around, CBN trying to manage FX and the speculation in FX. And if you see the particular graph in my presentation, that shows an improvement compared to what it was in 2022, but we are not there yet. One thing we should realize that yes, we could have regulations, we could have policies, we could have laws and all that, but it could not be out of context in the sense that what do we really need majorly now as if so what is the causes or the major cause of speculations and the gap that we see there is because when you look at it from the elementary thing, the demand and the supply, it means that the demand outweighs the supply. That creates, a lot of things and boss is here. So the question is that how intentional, what do we need to do? I'm intentional to see that we create that. And when you look at it, 100% is not in the hand of the CBN. CBN can do as much. But the question is that if we are not particular from the government side to create the supply by opening up the economy over dependent on oil. As of today, we all know where the revenue comes from, the foreign exchange revenue comes from. To what extent is that sustainable? Can we generate revenue in FCY in other areas? How intentional are we? What are the policy direction of government that is supporting that? To that extent, CBN can do just little, and that is it. Because one thing that is critical for every economic policies, as it's solving one problem, it creates another one. So you cannot, and that is why there is no right or wrong answer in economics. It depends on the situation. You can say yes in the morning and say afternoon. However, the economic position and the reality on ground is that as a nation, from the government perspective, we must face the music. We must be intentional with that. Yes, there is need for us to create other avenue to generate enough foreign exchange earnings that is going to bolster supply. And when there is supply and supply overweigh demand, technically, that will happen. Number two, you agree with me, the way the economy is run today, we are almost dollarized in Nigeria. Everything wants to be kept because we believe dollar is a better store of value than Naira. So it is quite very instructive that people want to keep their money in dollars. You could just imagine some people that bought dollar 3-4 years ago at 300, 200, you know how much they have made today? And so it's quite very instructive. If we continue to run everything in dollar and all those, even though there are rules, there are policies, there are laws that say that you cannot invoice in dollars, you cannot do that. However, either we like it or not, we are all party to read that dollar even play predominant higher and more recognized as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. We must, from the government point of view, be deliberate. How can we demystify that? How can we? Because if everything will do with something like that is dollarized and we have to do something, definitely it's going to have a flashback effect. You are not generating income, but your expenditure keeps to increase in a particular currency. It has a way of filing things out, so which is very key. So coming from the CBN and your question, it is not only a gameplay for CBN. CBN has come with different policy within the last 12 months. There are different policy that CBN had come in managing that, right from the government saying that you know what we want to liberalize the market. After some time, so no, liberalization is not even working out. A lot of that. We will always come up with this, but it starts from the head. The nation needs to be intentional. The government has to look at it dispassionately and say that this is the direction of things. This is the way we must do that. How can we generate to increase the supply of foreign currency as to meet the demand, while opening up other sectors that people can, really play, reducing our appetite for drive for importation. As of today, a lot of importation all these things keeps affecting us. So for me, beyond the issue of CBN, yes, CBN can do something, but CBN, as far as I'm concerned, does not have the means in terms of the final say to really address this, yours truly, except there is an intention driven by the genuine hope and the renewed hope of government to open up the economy and generate, new vista of foreign exchange earning for the country. Thank you. Thank you. Please unmute yourself, Vinny.
Oh, I think I was just talking to myself. Thank you so much. So I was just saying that, I mean, the intentionality that you mentioned goes back to collaboration, intentional collaboration between the monetary and the fiscal authorities, because the best the CBN can do is hike the rate. But if we need more dollars, then just as Dr. Mayer said, what about the way of agriculture, the non-oil imports or exports that we can do? What are we doing in that area? So, I mean, it's a whole lot for every one of us. And I wish we could change our taste to at least taper down on the taste for imported goods in our everyday life. I guess that would also reduce the pressure on the Naira, which is a major one for us. But I mean, I'd like to thank you so much, Dr. Shade, Dr. Leye, so much. And of course, the chairman of Research and Technology Division, Dr. Ebu, and our chief host for us, Dr. Dada, for your time and putting all of this together. You have a lot of appreciation on the chat. And for those who are asking if the slides will be shared, we've been assured that the slides will be shared with all participants. I'm also looking forward to having it because it's a whole lot, very rich there that I could use for our conversations on our business shows here on Channels Television. And thank you so much for your permission for us to do that. So I think we've come to the end, and I want to believe that we've taken one or two points, and we would try to work on it in our little corners, which will lead to bigger changes. So I'd like to invite the chairman of CIS Academy Board, Dr. Adedeji Ajadi, for the vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appreciate you and thank you on behalf of the organizing team for making this a very successful event this afternoon. The discussion has been very enriching, shaping Nigeria's economic future, key trends, impact, and strategic solution for 2025. Thank you so much for being part of it. Let me especially appreciate the President and Chairman of Council, our own Mr. Oluropo Dada, for that very, very comprehensive report he gave about the activities of the Institute. I thank the other principal officers and the Council for the giant stride you are taking for our Institute. We really want to appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Shade, CEO, United Capital, for your insightful perspective on Nigeria and the economy. Dr. Eric Ogunleye, Director at the African Development Institute, ADB, thank you for your expertise on the global economy and the broader implication for Nigeria. We appreciate all your thoughts and your insights. Special appreciation to our moderator, Ini John Mekwa, for steering today's discussion. You made it so interesting. We appreciate your professionalism and for ensuring a very lively and engaging session. And to all our participants, without you, this would not have been successful. Thank you for your time, your questions, your contributions that enrich this dialogue. this afternoon. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank our technical team finally who have worked around the clock to ensure that we have a seamless experience both on the Zoom platform and on the YouTube platform. Thank you very much. As we reflect today on today's insights, I want to ask and I want to pray that we have been inspired in our own different spaces to take actionable steps towards driving positive changes in 2025 and beyond. I believe that there are challenges, but there are a whole lot of opportunities for all of us to take advantage of the opportunities, both in the global economy and more importantly, the Nigerian economy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming and participating, and do have a wonderful, wonderful day. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hello,